Oh, yep. I laid in my bed, saw it was open. I was like, hey, maybe I'll start early. Go do some pig cave. I walked down to the PC. Pig cave has been closed. Oh, you bitch. That means the next one will be open tonight, and the next one will be open probably even a little bit earlier. Pig cave doesn't want me. Let's update my trash here. I know I got 2 more costumes. We're almost at 1,000,000 crowns. We are getting there. My silver just keeps sitting around the same amount, though. Every time I actually make a little bit of silver, it goes to a couple costumes. Pandebo, 167 bill. God damn. Oh, damn. I'm assuming Misbehave is going to remove 200 DR. They'll make it like a reverse whale tendy. Or a little bit stronger than a reverse sturdy whale tendon. $200 seems kind of ridiculous. Current Misty Haze is kind of ridiculous. Thank you. Yeah, the run optimizer is what will optimize your PC. What do you mean, what am I trying to buy? I'm confused. What do you mean accessories? I already have full deck accessories. They don't quite follow. Solve offhand soon, that's right. We're like 3 weeks away. Solve offhand and that Elkstone. Those are the main things on my radar. Are you? We're getting to Donna in like a couple weeks. So, I know you guys just got Ulakita. We had Ulakita for what, 2 years? No. I feel like it's been almost 2 years. So, in 2 years you guys will have Idana. At least you're only one content update behind. It is a massive global labs. I'm actually super excited about it. I think the people who are good with their grabs will still be great at grabbing. But the people who just press that shit every time it's available, they're gonna get punished. No, nobody's gonna grab a Sork again. Same with a Wagyu. There's some classes, even Awakened Sage, there's some classes that are just gonna be ungrabbable. Unless they just make a terrible mistake. Your grab. Excuse me. I had to drink some of my tea. I got like a phlegm on my throat. Yeah, your grab for most people will probably be more potent just not using it. Because if people still think that it's available, then they can't sit in some protections, right? At least then you can always, like, you can pretend like you're about to grab a Sork. I'd be a little scared if I was a Sork, though, because this is going to show, like, how dependent it was for a grab to catch a Sork. And, like, you can't trade Sorks. They're harder to trade than a Sage, an Awakened Sage, which is, you know, kind of impressive to say. So, like, how do you kill a Sork? So, I think what we could end up seeing happening to Sork is they just bring more stamina into their kit. Or make it so they get less shards. Because they use shards as a backup for stamina, right? Or fragments or whatever they're called. We might see them address them in that angle, in that way. Wagyus aren't too bad. Most of my catches on them are a grab because they just do that same shit. That little block jump, side R&B, dash away, dash back, rinse, repeat. But occasionally, you know, they get greedy, catch them with a float or something. Right now the stam is the backup for the shards. Yeah, it is that way, right? It always blew my mind that they used to talk about their... Hold on a second. Their 0 stamina playstyle. Like, goddamn, 0 stamina playstyle, that's crazy. I haven't seen this guy in a while. Oh, thought he was gonna get behind me there. If I'm not mistaken, this guy's a Meiwa. God damn. That impaling flash did like the last 25% of his health. That shit must have back attacked him. We need something about Rangers. Rangers are kind of a weird thing. They're not nearly as bad as they used to be to deal with. But their grab is still super fast. I mean, That's kind of one of the main ways, like, Awaken Ranger... Are you talking about Awakening? I'm assuming Awakening. That's one of the main ways Awaken Ranger catches you is their grab. Like, a lot of these classes, Ninja, Kuno and stuff, Ranger, Tamer, that, like, do these really obnoxiously fast grabs, like, even though they're melee grabs, they're still obnoxiously fast. It's gonna hit them big time. Because those classes, the majority of their catches are just their grab. Like, at least Awakening Sage, I feel like there's a good split. Yeah, like, when I'm on it and I'm paying good close attention, the majority of my catches are grabs. But I still feel like I get a good amount of catches with other abilities, too. I mean, obviously, with Impaling Flash being as obnoxious as it is, that helps a lot. But even, like, Enlighten Bolt is an awesome catch. Shock Relay is an awesome catch. Like, Rangers, I don't know if I ever get caught by anything other than just being completely dumb or them grabbing me. Same thing with Tamers, right? So, like, I feel like this grab nerf, even though it obviously does affect Sage, I feel like it doesn't affect us as much as it does some of these other classes. Yo, what's up, Jack? I can't believe how long it's been since I got a telescope piece. Not that I want anymore, but it still surprises me. I'm really excited to see what they replace the Ignore Res on Electrify with, too, because we might finally have a PvE e-buff. Is Suckwoosa a good PvE? I know it used to be. I don't know how it is today. It's always hard to tell, like, unless you are playing the class, it's hard to tell what's good in PvE and what isn't. Because you have so many classes that, so many people that will just chase whatever the best grinder is. So, like, you might think, oh, well, you know, this class, all of a sudden, 80% of the people rolled off of it. That must mean it's a bad class, right? And that's a reasonable conclusion to come to. But the reality is, like, with the BDO player base, that other class, that new class, just might be, like, 5% better, and they're just a bunch of losers chasing whatever's best, right? That doesn't mean that the class they rolled off of is bad. I hope not. I love not needing to worry about E. Oh, man, I like it. I like having a good PvE E buff. Especially when we have an ability like Reset, like on Suck Sage, man. That shit feels so good. Z-buff, blow shit up. Z-buff is over, E-buff, blow shit up. Reset, E-buff again, immediately blow shit up. By then, your Z-buff is ready again, blow shit up. It's like a non-stop cycle. That's the biggest difference between the good and the bad Suck Sages, too. Is properly managing their E-buffs and their Z-buffs and not double stacking them, making sure that they always have them up. Yeah, attack speed is definitely an option. I just wish they would do more with our overcharge system and integrate Electrify into it too. Yeah, attack speed would just go, like, man. I feel like I'm on crack when I have like a shy buffs. Maybe 15% evasion. Well, based on where they categorized us, right? Divios made a good observation that between like Guardian, Rush, and Onslaught, right? Which it almost seems like it's tank, hybrid, and DPS. Well, they put Awakened Sage in the hybrid, and I was like, okay. Duck Sages are the ones that normally run hybrid, but then he's like, no, it's based off of like how they design your class, right? If your class has like a spread of like healing and self buffs, then they put you in the hybrid, right? If you have like lots of self buffs and defensive passives, as well as just high base stats, then they put you in the Guardian setup. And if you're just, your class is designed like all gas, no brakes in terms of passives and base stats and all that, then they put you in the damage. And I was like, shit, you know what? That actually does make sense. So, it does seem like they actually want us to build hybrid, but... I don't know. I don't know what I would want on the Q buff, to be honest. Almost anything, like more damage on it seems nuts. More survivability seems nuts. It'd be nice to have something PvE oriented. Defensive self buffs seem to be mostly restricted to classes that are in that Guardian category though, right? So I don't know if they would do that for us. I think it would be more damage based, especially since our Q buff is already mostly offensive based. I mean, I think both ways make sense, right? I mean, if you want the tanks to tank anything, I mean, they should be designed to tank the highest damage dealers, right? If they can't tank the highest damage, then what can they tank? And I think that's why they did that. Because if tanks did have the extra... Like, if tanks actually... If the Guardians took extra damage from Onslaught... Like, the Onslaught are already the highest damage classes in the game. Then the tanks wouldn't be able to tank shit. So, to me, it kind of makes sense. Make Bolt iframe with every dash with debuff, yeah. I wish that they would give us something like Sorc Shards, but with Overcharge. Just something that builds up and you can do different things to kind of use those charges. It just seems like such a neglected system. Yeah. They dialed back the stamina management, maybe bring like another resource system into play, so you have to at least manage that. I mean, we have lots of Arcanons and stuff in our kit. Maybe something like that, right? Especially with them fixing pets. I feel a lot better advocating for something like this. Is as you build up overcharges, your Arcanons get more powerful, but every time you use them, like Radiant Annihilation or Enlightened Bolt, it consumes some of the charges to do the more powerful Arcanons. Something like that might be cool. No, they don't need to do that. Tanks are already too tanky right now. When they're running that DP meme shit, we don't need them even tankier. I don't like the idea of these tank builds being able to put on a couple more AP gems now because of a system like that. And now they're able to tank the same amount of people, but actually can start killing people too on top. I personally think that if you're able to tank them as many people as they already can, there needs to be bigger trade-offs. I don't pay attention to how much trash I'm doing. I just grind. Counting your trash per hour is just gonna make the hours take longer. Just use garmoth.com. Great resource, right? Don't be too focused on the numbers, but more the proportionality, right? They didn't say it, but in the picture, it says it in the item description. That's why a lot of reforms have gone back up in price, because a lot of people bought reforms. Oh, you know what I just realized? If we do War of the Roses tomorrow and win Siege tonight, then I should be able to get my second Volparian tomorrow. Speaking of Voltarian. And then after that, every horse I can glue it for like 10 bill or whatever it is. I can't remember. Mine's a female, right? Yeah. So the next one, the one I get today, I need to get as a male. It's gonna be cool. Like every 3 to 4 months, just a quick little 10 bill horse. You don't belong here? Yeah, you do. Because you got a perfect body. I don't know about a perfect soul, though. I do. If you type in my playlist command, a lot of this music is on there, but I'm not actually listening to it right now. Right now, I'm just letting Spotify just recommend shit to me. It recommends a lot of what I like, because it typically, like, when you're listening to a playlist on Spotify, and if you don't have the repeat on, then all the songs it starts recommending after the playlist is done usually is based off of the playlist that just finished. Right up here is my total AP. I'm at 1300, just under 1300 when I have my Z buff and sub up. That's my total AP. As for the monster AP itself, 357. PvP wise, Suck Ranger's really good. PvE wise, I don't know how it is PvE wise. I think most people grind on Awakening. I think that's what Kendra was saying. I don't think it's necessarily bad. There's a ranger that goes by the name of Rylock who streams occasionally. Usually PvPing, but sometimes grinding, and I think he plays exclusively Suck. How fast I'm gonna farm it after the AP changes? Well, I'm probably gonna be way, way, way above the AP cap. I have a feeling I'm gonna be... Yeah, I don't know. I should do these. Oh, never mind, I can't. Someone else already did them all. Juice? No, I don't think so. These go into the guild. Oh, maybe you do. Maybe the bottom row is what you can get. I haven't actually done them in quite a while. I just thought of it now because I saw Biseptimus collecting it. Yeah, everything's changing. It's kind of hard to say. We gotta wait, see what it looks like. Although it looks like we'll have it, not the upcoming maintenance, but maybe the maintenance after that. So we're like 2 weeks away from pretty massive change. Yeah. I think they're removing AP brackets though. Because like, let's run the numbers on this, right? Right now, I'm currently getting 227 AP from brackets. So I'm at 1212, right? So we're going to be 367. Sorry. We're going to have 57 times 8 AP, right? So 57 is above 310 times 8 is 456. And then we're going to subtract the AP I'm currently getting from brackets, which is 227. I'm confident they're removing brackets. And then we add it to our total AP now. So add it to my 1212. Oh, look at that. 1441 AP. That's almost exactly right near Darkseeker's level, right? So crazy how that works. Wait a minute. That's why I think they're removing AP brackets. I'm damn near positive of it. I don't think it's a coincidence that the top end spots line up so perfectly if you add the new AP and minus the old brackets. I don't think that's a coincidence that lines up so nicely with the new caps. Well, this is one of the highest end spots. The caps weren't to... The purpose of the caps previously weren't to serve that purpose of progression. So the reason why currently Darkseekers has its cap is so low is because they want you, like, you still have to be pretty geared to come here, but it's one of those grind spots where the mobs have a lot of DR. And if you were just to allow people to benefit from their AP at a 1-to-1 ratio or even at a 70% ratio like other caps, because it's a DR heavy spot, you would just immediately, like, at my AP level, just be absolutely fucking decimating these packs. Ridiculously fast. And they didn't want you to get to that point, so that's why they did a 30% cap here. That's why in a lot of places you will have these variations in caps because of the differences in how they're designed. But it isn't designed with progression in mind, and like, oh well, we just want to put this cap here so it forces people to go to other spots. No, it's meant to be more of like a speed limit, right? A limiting factor. And when they do these changes, I guarantee you they're going to be dramatically increasing the DR at this spot to compensate for the fact that I'm going to be going up like over 100 AP. The last time they changed this interface too, it was foreshadowing what was coming. Well, guess what? They removed the brackets from this sheet. You used to be able to mouse over these and it would show you what bracket you were sitting on. They removed that information from the interface. Yeah. Yeah, they're standardizing it across the board in order to accomplish their new goal, not what the current goal of caps are. Yeah, they want you to hit a wall. So, like, you might stay there for a little bit as your AP goes slightly above it. But eventually you'll reach a point where it just feels like a bunch of your AP is no longer being utilized. And it'll incentivize you moving to the next spot. Right now, caps aren't designed with that purpose. Yep. They're also standardizing the AP across classes too, so you won't have classes like Sage that have an enormous amount of AP, right? That all of a sudden can come to Darkseekers quicker than other classes. But it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because that extra AP means that Sages can come to Darkseekers earlier, but it also means that we scale worse later on. Since more of our damage is derived from higher AP instead of higher multipliers, it means once you hit that cap and start going over it, which you're going to do a lot earlier as an Awakening Sage, your damage starts falling off a lot sooner than other classes. Where their multipliers, once they reach the same AP level, they're just doing more damage. So that's a really good thing PvE-wise, because it's something that really has annoyed me as a Sage, is having aggressive AP caps, and because I'm a very AP-driven class, you feel unnecessarily punished in PvE. Just for the minor reward of being able to grind some spots sooner. So I'm really happy they're doing that. That change itself is actually probably going to be the largest contributor to us grinding a lot faster. Because right now, like, I'm being heavily penalized because of the cap here, right? What's the cap here right now? Like 1150 or some shit? Yeah. So basically, you know, I got a 16 AP self buff, I have a 20 AP passive. That 36 AP is nice and all, but now that I'm above the cap, that 36 AP is only the equivalent of what? 10 AP? I would rather have higher multipliers at that point. Yeah. Well, Darkseekers itself is definitely one of the higher end spots, right? The only place that's really higher than this is like what? Orzekia, Dolan's 2, Ash 2, and Pig Cave. Well, this patch wasn't put in. It's not even on Global Lab yet, but it's something new they're working on. It's hard to tell whether it's good or bad. But in general, I definitely think that it is good. But once again, implementation is everything, right? We got half the puzzle. We know what we have a pretty good idea of what they're doing to classes now, but what are they doing to the mobs? I think all in all, it's going to make the game better, though. I love the direction that they're taking the game currently. I really like how all of this stuff, too, is pointing towards us being able to grind in our PvP setups. So, like, there's going to be a significantly smaller difference between your PvE and your PvP setup. So if somebody jumps you while grinding, they're not going to instantly one-shot you, and you're not going to be able to fight back. I love that about what they're doing. Because I think that's one of the main reasons why people are so frustrated with open world, especially people who aren't as interested in open world, right? Like if you're strictly a PvE player and these PvP players just keep showing up, killing you when you're in your PvE setup, and then they fuck off, right? It's frustrating. It doesn't feel like shit. But when you create this environment where even the PvE players, right, if they get jumped, they can at least have a chance to defend themselves. Well, guess what happens when they successfully defend themselves, right? They get excited. They're like, oh shit, wait a minute, this guy attacked me and I actually beat him. That felt kind of good. It kind of gives them that little taste on their tongue of PvP. That's how you get people to be more interested in PvP. Well, nothing I said was untrue there, Drayden. Like, out of all the grind spots in the game, those are the only few that are considered higher than it. That definitely puts it on the higher end. I definitely wouldn't consider it middle. No. You don't use Realm of Anguish, period. It's just such an obnoxiously bad ability. Just lock that shit. I don't know. I don't know about that. I have tons of people coming in here all the time asking me, is this enough to do Darkseekers? Is this enough to do Darkseekers? I think you're underestimating how many people want to grind Darkseekers but can't yet. Darkseekers is better. Well, it depends, right? If you don't need stacks, which, I mean, everybody always needs stacks, but some people think that they don't. But if you're keeping the stacks yourself, then Darkseekers is amazing money. But if you're trying to sell the stacks, then it obviously takes a hit, and it takes some time to sell them. Yeah, it's been a lot more people doing like making and black stars and stuff. I'm saving all my origins now though, because when it comes to the Yadana armors, like every click I'm going to be doing a 300 stack from pry all the way to deck, right? at least. So it just makes sense to, with the time gating, just use 300 stacks. And, you know, you think about that. You got 10, you know, pry to deck times 4. That's 4,300 stacks you need. At 21 origins, per stack from 100 to 300, you need 21 origins. So 21 times 40 is the, what, 840 origins? Now, mind you, I have a lot of stacks that are 200 or 150, so it's going to bring it down a lot, but I need a lot of origins. And if the new Adonis spots end up being way more money, then, and if they don't drop stacks, then Darkseekers might become abandoned. What's the current rumor? There is no rumor. We know exactly how to get it. They announced it at the ball. You exchange, you do one of the weekly bosses out in the new region. You get a Idana fragment, and you combine the Idana fragment with the Tet armor to get a base Idana armor. You can get one of those fragments a week, so it's going to take you 4 weeks to get your full set of base armor. And then you'll be able to convert that Idana fragment every week into an Idana Blackstone, and that Idana Blackstone can be used to enhance your gear, so 1 click a week. Time gated? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of time gating. I think time gating is a very dangerous slope to making people dislike this game for the same reasons people dislike Lost Ark. I don't think there's anything wrong with people who, and this obviously comes off of bias, but I promise you I would have this opinion even if I wasn't as geared or prepared as I am. But I have no problem with people who put in thousands of hours of grinding before something comes out being able to get it quicker than people who haven't, because they still put in the effort. Whether they put in the effort before it was released or after it was released, they still put in effort to get it. But I think the problem with time gating is it's not going to make it so everybody can stay roughly the same gear level. No, there's going to be unlucky people and there's going to be lucky people. And what that means is, if you're unlucky, there's no recourse to trying to stay caught up. You can't be like, oh, okay, well, my buddy got lucky, and if I want to stay caught up with him, so I'm just going to grind twice as hard. It's like, nope, you can't do that. That's what time gating does. It removes your own agency over being able to overcome bad luck. I think time gating is a terrible thing. I think what they should do is, like, whatever the new stone is, just make it difficult to get, but something you can get regularly, right? Like, something that drops shit. Make it really rare out at the new zone. Something that maybe drops, like, as often as Limbos drop, right? And then make it so those can be sold on the market for a really high premium. So people who are maybe less geared out there can go out and grind there, and if they get one of those stones, they can sell it for like 40 bill to like a giga geared loser like me, so I can just have the luxury of doing the click. And then this way it becomes a nice transfer of wealth, right? Where if I want to speed run something or speed up my progression on something, then basically I pay a tax for that. And that money goes to the less geared people who are willing to sell the stones early because they need other upgrades. I think that's a much better way to do it. I haven't looked into Black Stars a whole lot, so I can't really say. So what all is Biceptimus planning on clicking today? Deck Karazhan's deck weapon? God damn. This is gonna be a roller coaster. I hope he gets boosted for the first time ever. Please. Please. Let this man get boosted. Well, the thing is the weapons did require something. They required a stone, but they just made it way, way, way too abundant. That was the problem. They gated it behind weeklies, but they made it so 8 stones and you did 5 bosses a week, so... And then because you cron it, you know, you don't really need a lot when you're cronning, right? So, like, you think about that, like, you're able to do 40 clicks a week just off of your own stones, which is, like, more than most people can grind crons for. It was just way too abundant. What they need to do is just make it so the stone itself is a lot more expensive, requires a variety of materials, and the main component is rare, right? So the Adana fragment, make it so it's something that drops like as often as limbos, right? Anywhere between like up to 30 hours average or something while you're grinding out an Adana. And then when you get that fragment, you combine it, like make it so you combine it with like 100 Kafras, and you combine it with magical shards and maybe magical lightstone fragments. So this way, there's like a lot of the cost is in the stone instead of crons. And because the Adana fragment itself is so rare, then it, you know, people aren't just able to do 100 clicks in, you know, the first day. Well, it depends on how high you're trying to get with Red Dragon. If you type in !SOV, there's a list there with the current SOV weapons, and the offhand's going to be the same enhancement chances and stuff, so you could basically just go based off that. Right, so if you're aiming for TED or Pen, just look at that step and see what the average is for that. Oh, we won't get a preview of Savior until the Heidel Ball. Or the Calpheon Ball. It's gonna be months. Oh, excuse me. It'll probably be like Wukong and Deadeye, where they like make these little minor posts, kind of doing like a little bit of lore hints and stuff just before it comes out. Want her so bad? I know. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the Karazad time gating either. Like I said, putting stuff, I don't like time gates. I want effort gates. And like, I get it, like, when you make the majority of something based off of crons, and that's the effort, then yeah, you're able to preload it, right? That's why I think that there should be like an effort gate, but with the new fragment. Not time gate the new fragment, effort gate it. But time gates just take away people's agency of being able to overcome bad luck. The hell? Get down here, stupid Ember. What are you doing up there? Stop horsing around. On your server? God damn, I didn't realize. I went like this and I was like, what server should I join? It didn't say Jacked Genius's server. It just said NARSHA. Crazy how you just call it your server. Go do Wordle? What is it, a hard word today or something? You know what's cool? Now that we're in the last 10%, every 0.1 feels like 1%. I know IQON sells PCs. I'm not sure how competitive their pricing is, but you could try looking there. I've never really looked into buying pre-built. I've always built them myself, so I'm not exactly sure about that market. Yeah, it's not that bad, but it definitely is overwhelming for somebody who hasn't done it the first time. But yeah, typically you will, you know, you need like a nice clean area, lots of space. You have your case laying down, you have your motherboard laying there beside the case. Typically it's easier to install the memory and the processor before you put the motherboard in the case, because they're pretty small components and they won't really cause much issues. It's a lot easier to get the processor out when you're not trying to like fit your hands and stuff in a computer case. But you put those in the motherboard, then you set the motherboard in the case. You make sure you put the standoff screws in the appropriate spots. Put the motherboard on the standoffs, then screw it down. Once again, be gentle. Remember, make sure you don't cross thread the screws, so back them up until you feel it drop into place. Then you know the threads are lined up, and then you tighten it. You don't need to, you gotta remember there's not like a lot of motion and stuff that's happening inside your case with your motherboard, so it's not like you need to fasten it down super tight. Just tight enough that you feel a little bit of resistance, and that's good enough. And then once you got that in, right, you typically put on your, ooh, an Origin, hell yeah. After that, whatever your cooler is, oh yeah, you can put your power supply in the case before you put the motherboard in. You realize that it's basically adult Legos once you get comfortable with it. The main thing you just got to be cautious with is either the processor or the socket on the motherboard, depending if you have the pins on the processor or motherboard. Although I'm pretty sure everybody does the LGA, right? The land grid array these days, which is the pins on the motherboard. Everything else is pretty robust, as long as you're not accidentally, you know, bumping your capacitors with a screwdriver or something and knocking them off. And you would have to bump them pretty hard too. So I think with IQON too, if you want to save a buck too, like they do pre-builds, But they also do like this plan where they'll actually like you can do like this a package where they'll basically sit down with you. You can pick the parts, like you tell them your budget, and they'll help you optimize a PC on your budget, make sure that you don't have any visible bottlenecks and everything's properly balanced with each other. And then they'll even like sit with you on Discord while you're building it. If you have a webcam, they'll help you build it. They'll walk you through it. Yeah, I have a little kit here that I bought a while back that... One second, let me show you. From iFixit. Here, 1 second. Let me change the camera. iFixit, and it has a little toolkit with all the different heads and stuff you need on there, and super convenient. This guy has almost like a ratcheting thing, so this is the main bit. This spins, so it's nice because you can actually use this to apply pressure, but then spin this part, which is nice. And then for like harder to reach places, it has this little telescopic end to it. So you can put that, put that in there. And then like if you have like some weird angles to get around, you can kind of angle it. And then when you spin this, it spins the tip of the extension. It's also magnetic and stuff too. They even like, if you have like a screw or something fall into like a really deep place, there's a bit in here with a magnet on the tip. So you can just put that on there, boom, and off you go, right? You stick it in there, it'll grab the screw. You can pull it out of really weird, awkward places. But it has a whole bunch of different stuff. It's a nice little kit. I definitely recommend it. If you have lots of electronics and stuff like that, that you're, you know, if you like trying to fix your shit instead of just throwing it out and replacing it, getting a little kit like this is awesome. What do you mean grabs nerfed? I mean grabs have been nerfed. Grabs are nerfed on Global Lab. Did we update the Global Lab command? We did? Hell yeah. You are on top of it. Damn, is he preemptively opening up every costume too? Oh my goodness. He's got like 1 trillion silver with the crons already? Okay. Hey, John, do you know when the XP event ends? So that would be like, what, 18 more days? If I'm getting 0.3 a day, that'd be 3, almost 6%. Nice. That last 1% is going to take a while, though, because I can't dummy for the last 1%. And by then, the XP event's going to be over, too. His bicepting, he's getting ready to click stuff, yeah. You can check events in. Oh, did they add that already? Yo, where is that? Where's the button for that? I want to see that. Information, maybe? News? No. Oh, this has always been a thing. They're supposed to be adding a new interface for it, though, right? This has been a thing for a while now. Here we go. Month long. Oh, from June 29th till July 31st. Okay, cool. So, like 19 days. Because we don't know how they're adjusting everything. There's too many variables right now. Yes, some places are probably going to be accessible earlier on. Some places you might actually cap earlier than you used to. The whole point of the new system is to get people to move from older spots or weaker spots to stronger spots, right? They don't want people sitting at the same spot. They don't want an Awakened Sage sitting at a 700 gear score Awakened Sage sitting underwater for 3 years, you know? I'm not going to point any fingers. But yes, things are changing. Handsome old man. No, that's not the issue. The issue they're trying to address is the fact that straight out of seasons, you go to Honglim Basin, and then you sit at Honglim Basin for a year or a few months until you can finally do Darkseekers, right? There's no, like, proper progression through all the different spots. They're trying to make it, and they're going to rebalance the silver spots as well. Yeah. That makes sense. The way he was defending obliterating Fallen God, I knew immediately. I was like, this man probably has one. And now he's trying to justify the purchase. More loot scroll? Oh shit. I was looking at something, I was like, I gotta refresh something, but I can't remember what. That's the thing. The effort thrown away is obnoxious. It's completely obnoxious. For such little stats, too. I can't justify it. It makes no sense to me. Before you were bypassing an effort gate, right? Making it yourself was double the amount of effort on average of just buying it. Over double. So it made lots of sense to bypass effort, right? But now, you're just throwing away effort. And there is no world where they don't make Pen Fallen God easier. The only reason why they put that time gate is because they don't want to immediately punish all the people who have it. So they get this slight luxury, this temporary luxury of having it sooner. But they will 100% make stones easier. They are going to, they will 100%, even down the road, they're going to reduce the pities on Pen Fallen God. We already have a premise for all of these things, too, with shit they've done in the past. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having goals, right? And if you have a Pen Fallen God and it's super exciting to you, great, right? But in terms of the amount of effort, I cannot justify it. I could have put orders on a whole bunch of them that got listed, and I'm just like, I can't do it. I cannot justify throwing away legit thousands of hours or 1,000 hours. Well, I mean, if you extrapolate based off what they showed us for both, I think it was, what was it, Tet or Pen and Oct? If you extrapolate with what they showed us, like, you're approximately throwing away like what would look like 1 trillion silver by buying it. So if you're making 2 bill an hour, that's 500 hours of grinding just to get such a small amount of stats early. I cannot justify throwing away 1 trillion silver. Idana Part 2, they'll probably make it so you can start getting multiple stones a week. And then that gap is going to get smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller and smaller. It's a good novelty item to have right now. And having that glow, that Oct glow, is probably the biggest argument you can make, because that'll be cool, right? But that's about it. How was he trying to justify it before? He has a perfectly reasonable argument right now, and this, I think this only applies for like the first while. Is with the new Idana bosses. This is the best argument, honestly, to getting it early. Is the new Idana bosses, in order to be eligible to fight to be the Lord of the region, it picks the 7 most geared people who apply for it, and then 3 randoms. And if you have a Pen Fallen God, you are going to be 8 DP higher than other people. So that does, in the first weeks, if you weren't as undergeared as Biseptimus, it would guarantee you a spot. Like, for me, it would guarantee me a spot. Biseptimus, unfortunately, doesn't have deck weapons. And does he have full deck accessories? I don't think he does yet. So, like, he still has that gap to make up. So that Pen Fallen God will help him close that gap and maybe give him a little bit of an edge. But that's the thing, Sleebe. They won't. The thing is, enhancement is random, right? There will be people who could and will catch up, especially if you know Biseptimus' history. Plus, once again, they will make this easier over time. You're throwing away hours of effort just to bypass a little bit of what seems to be a lot of time now, but later will be a little bit. I promise you. I come back in a year and a half from now, and you'll see like that gap is now shrunk to this, but he threw away 500 of hours from today. Once again, I'm not saying it's a bad purchase in terms of fun or accomplishments of what you want to do in the game, right? You got to do what you think will give you fun in the game, and great. But in terms of actual effort, I can't justify throwing away that time. DSR worth it without Agris? Yeah, I like it. 7 people in the entire NA server. If I'm not mistaken, there's supposed to be 5 castles, and it's 50 people, right? So 10 people per castle, 7 for each castle based on gear, the other 3 random. I think it's also important. That's the thing, though. It's if it was 1+ years permanently, sure. But it's not going to be, and you're naive if you think that's going to be the case. I promise you, in a year from now, that 1 year advantage is going to be shrunk down quite a bit. For such a minor amount of stats, too. I don't count my trash, Gilmore. My effort is far, 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 far too valuable to me. Because that's the thing, is Idana is an active playtime. The Idana is log in, kill a boss, take 2 seconds to open the window and do a click. There's no effort involved there. And you'll be doing the boss anyways, right? Whether you would be doing the clicks or not. Well, that's the thing, is there's always going to be future content. That's the nature of MMOs, right? Is having future progression. As more and more people hit the MMORPGs, what differentiates them from other games is the progression. And in order to keep people playing them, you have to keep that carrot away from the horse, right? So you do that by adding more and more progression. So even though you may not be able to immediately spend your effort immediately, there will be things added down the line where you could spend the effort on. There's not gonna... The day that they stop adding more progression is the day the game starts dying. Yeah, I mean, some people are smarter with their time and some aren't. I mean, that's not a mystery. We know that's always the case. I just put a lot more value on my active time. Remember, being where I am today in terms of progression is a result of how much importance I put on my active time. And I do it without swiping. There's a ton of people out there who swipe like crazy just to try to keep up with people like me. Is it the best? It's not the best, but it is really good. There's like no area where Awakening Sage is bad right now. AOS, though, is where, like, Awakening Sage's strengths are really, really exposed when you have a high damage environment like that. I wouldn't mind so much if I threw away effort to get like a reasonable amount of stats, then I 100% would have. Like if it was a strong amount of stats, having that stat difference advantage, you know, at least there's a reward for it. But without there being an actual reward for it, other than just saying you have it, it's not enough for me to throw away 500 hours of grinding. We had lots of tides today. This game offers nothing in terms of raid encounters. There's like damn near nothing. There's a couple group things you can do with like 5 people, but nothing in terms of raids. This isn't that type of game. Once again, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't buy a pen Fallen God. You gotta do what makes you happy. That's what games are all about. But the effort you're throwing away is irrefutable. The data is out there. I mean, we're obviously extrapolating on the enhancements they didn't show, but we already know, like, we have years and years of data on how those enhancements usually scale. And the cost of making an Oct is significantly lower than buying a pen Fallen God. That time gate was exclusively put in there because they knew that they wanted to make it a lot cheaper to get, a lot less effort. but they didn't want the people who have worked for those items or bought them or whatever to get absolutely completely fucked. They added a specific component in there so they could at least justify making the change of reducing the cost of them. Or is the pen just a bust then? What do you mean? Fallen God does have the exchange. So when you exchange a Tet Fallen God, you're going to get a base Idana. And if you exchange a pen, you're going to get knocked. Just like with Prion, right? Although Prion, the Tet wasn't a base, it was a Tri, I believe, right? Yeah. The PvP isn't very limited. If you're one of those types of people that spend all your time complaining that there's no PvP instead of spending that same amount of time looking for PvP, then yes, it's going to feel like there's no PvP. But there are plenty of people out there who go around constantly looking for PvP, and they constantly PvP because of it. You got Calb right now chilling on Arsha. You go find Calb, go attack him. You'll find your PvP. The problem is people only want fights that they can win, right? People typically only want to do fights that they can win. So when they're fighting, when they find somebody that's willing to fight but they're not winning, then they don't want to fight. Yeah, no problem, right? How often do people gank me? I usually get ganked every day. Somebody trying to. I already got it. Had somebody attack me earlier. I don't mind a little bit of shenanigans here and there. If I'm ever just like not in the mood for PvP, then I just won't go on Arsha. Do you think it's people watching the stream or it's just normal? A combination of both. Sometimes somebody says, oh, that's on Ursha, you know what, I feel like kind of going and fucking around a little bit. Other times it's, you know, obviously people just running around Ursha and they see me and they attack me. Either way, it doesn't bother me. Like, I'm not of this mentality that, oh, because I'm a streamer, people shouldn't attack me on Ursha because then they're stream sniping. Like, people think that every single person who attacks them while they're streaming is a stream sniper. Now, if somebody's following you from spot to spot to spot to spot, then obviously, they're using the stream to their advantage. But that's kind of just par for the course, right? Like, if you're a streamer, you just got to accept the fact that that's going to happen. And the best way to avoid it is to just not be a douche about it, right? If somebody comes and fights you and you pull the Neptunes thing and you start like making personal attacks at them, then yeah, they're gonna take it personally, and every chance they get, they're gonna come and find you, right? But if you just treat them with respect, like they're another player too, and you're a player in the game, you both know how much work and effort we put into our classes and our characters, and have fun with it. Don't make personal attacks. Then they're not gonna make it like this personal vendetta of constantly hunting you down. Yeah. Yeah, finding GVGs is harder, but yeah, if you go around looking for PvP on Arsha, there's definitely a lot of people on Arsha willing to PvP. There's a lot that aren't, but there's definitely, like, you will definitely find some that are. But most of the time, once again, the same reason for the guild decks, people only want to punch down. They typically don't want to punch up. I tell you this, the amount of people coming and ganking me has dramatically gone down as Sage has gotten stronger and stronger. That's not a coincidence. It's not like all of a sudden those people like me more these days, right? There's some people out there who don't like me. When Awakening Sage was at its weakest, I had a lot of people who were willing to fuck with me. What's your stance on players who just want 50% buff? I think it's fine. I mean, if you go on Arsha and... One second, I got a sneeze coming. Excuse me. If you go to Arsha and nobody's using it and you're just grinding and chilling and someone comes and attacks you, I encourage you to try to fight back. Don't just instantly swap. I think you might surprise yourself that with a little bit of practice, you might actually start being able to defend your spot. But if you don't want to fight, don't be one of those weird people who's like, I'm gonna report you. I can't believe you would come and attack me on Arsha. You're an asshole. Oh my god. It's like, no, that's what Arsha's for, right? If you don't want to be part of that environment, then don't go to Arsha. But I don't think there's anything wrong with just chilling on Arsha, trying to get, you know, take advantage of the 50% drop. But I do encourage you, you should at least try to fight back. Get a little bit of practice, right? Right? Like, that shit's stupid. Like, if... I'm assuming you're on Arsha. You didn't say Arsha there, but I'm assuming it is. Like, that's just dumb. Arsha is primarily a PvP channel. Just because it has a drop buff, that doesn't mean it's a PvE channel. Ugh. Oh shit, the clicks are starting. I hope he gets lucky with the other stuff. So he probably already has his neck and belt, right? He's just working on his rings and earrings now? I'm pretty sure he pitied both his neck and belt. Oh, he has neck and ring. Oh, he did ring before belt? Okay. I hope he gets fucking boasted. I want him to hit the whole freaking... Damn, 500,000 crowns too. Let's go. It's crazy to think that if I actually just spent all my silver on vendor crowns, I would actually have nearly 2 million crowns right now. That's fucking wild. Can I have some? Yeah. I hope that glow is sick though. I'm gonna keep it a buck though. When it comes to the chest piece, if like all you need is the chest piece and you have like a really sick glow around you, I might be kind of jealous just for that reason. I love cosmetic stuff like that. I hope they at least get that benefit of like a really sick glow. Oh, here we go. Here we go, baby. One second, I want to put on my enhancement window. Damn, I wanted him to start with hitting that shit. Oh no, why is there so many people enhancing Tuvala? Oh. Could we please take Tuvala out of the world enhancement window? For the love of God. Damn, there's a bit of a delay on his stream. I'm seeing the enhancement pop up in game before I even see him click it on his stream. I'm gonna try refreshing his stream. It's actually hard to see this window. I need to move this down. I want to put a background behind it right now. Oh, someone else just hit Penkarzad. Penkarzad ring too. Why is he stalling, goddammit? Oh, he's running ads. Never mind, that makes sense. Alright. I don't think he's going to hit pity on this, so I'm going to actually do a prediction. I don't think he's going to pity it. I put 200,000 on no pity. I think that's the cap. Oh, 250k is the cap? Oh, fuck. Yep. The game is changing quite dramatically. Thoughts on Global Labs? Missed it? Well, that's the thing about Global Labs. You can... Boom! Oh, no. Are you asking me just my opinion? Oh, I really like it. The nerf to grabs should have happened a long time ago. Mouse move is going. Just everything about it, I like it. We're going to have to see how capable people are of adapting. Because it's definitely going to feel different. He got it! He got it again! Oh my god, and again! Wait a minute! Yo, he got it! Oh my goodness, he keeps getting it. I'm up big. Yeah, people were really pessimistic about that. There we go. Check that link. All the information's in there. That's the patch that hit Global Lab, or they talked about. I guess it's technically not on Global Lab, for the reasons explained at the top of the post. Ooh, I earned 88,000 points. 88.4 thousand. I actually finally have enough to redeem MS Paint God. I still owe Valkia an MS Paint God. Oh no! 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 I didn't realize he had a new prediction up. Oh, I just fucking missed it. Oh, I didn't see it. Goddamn. Yeah, Awakening Sage is a great PvEer. I think thinking about the Pen Fallen God and Biseptimus, I think this shows why time gates are so bad. Because if you try to look at it through the lens of Biseptimus, right, he's always notoriously unlucky when it comes to clicks. And if you have something that's time gated like that and you get unlucky, you'll just fall so far behind, and there's no recourse for getting back ahead. And that's probably the way he's looking at it, is like, fuck, man, my luck is always so bad. This at least allows him to skip that. Because at that point, like, when you're as unlucky as him, it's costing you effort and time. One tap, one tap. Let's fucking go! And with that click, that now brings him close to the average. He went from being extremely unlucky today to now being, I think, like, almost right on the average now. He pitied his first two. And then his second ring he just got. Oh! That was, what? The 16th click, I think it was? So now he's at, like, 77 clicks for 4, which is right around average. Went from 2 to 60 to that, yeah. So yeah, he still has an earring and belt. And then he starts going for the weapon. I hope he gets it all today. I hope he gets every last fucking one of them. That man deserves it. Yeah, scrabs are getting nerfed. It's going to be more visible when somebody tries to grab, and there's going to be a wind-up animation and a wind-down animation if you fail. There we go again. 2 1-taps? 2 1-taps? He got it! No way! Oh my god, he got that one too! What the hell? You guys told me not to spoil it for you. Lucky number 3! Holy shit! Oh my god, he got it on 4! Holy crap! And number 5! Someone's been clicking obliterating Fallen God like crazy. Oh my god, number 6! Holy shit, he got it on number 7! Oh my god, number 8! And number 9! Yeah, I'll stop. It disappeared from the window, so he thought it went, but it was just out of durability. Classic. That shit's such a bait when it happens. It will kill you. Don't show any emotion. Be one with rock. Yo, we got a second limbo? When did that drop? We got 2 limbos and an origin so far today. That DK patch? Yeah, right? There's some classes that are going to be so hard to grab. So hard to grab. Awakening Sage too, right? That seems a bit much. I actually don't hate it. It means that grabs are going to have to pay attention to what they're grabbing, right? They're going to have to know the animations of their enemies and be like, okay, that's a long animation, I can grab that. Instead of them just pressing E every time it's off cooldown and having reasonable success doing that. There needs to be a trade-off for grabs, right? They ignore forward guards, they ignore super armors. There should be a trade-off, and I think speed is a fair trade-off. Oh, what tap's gonna get this one on? I'm saying lucky number 16. I'm feeling 16. He's gonna get this earring on. This last earring. Oh, sorry. I was one off. I was one off. That was below average though. He's getting into lucky territory. If he gets lucky with this last one, he might be lucky overall with them, right? I think even if he pities this one, he's actually just a bit above average. Yeah. Oh, if he's at 83, you know, that puts him right on average if he pities this one. It's like 18 or 19 per item. Or 16.5? 16.5. Yeah, maybe. Well, they're compensating, right? So with the average modifier now being 89.29, if your average is higher than that, then when they drop you down to that, you're losing damage. But they're going to buff all of your ability modifiers, all your ability multipliers, by a proportional amount to that drop. So this way it actually brings it back up and it'll feel the same. Now the differences will manifest themselves at the extremes. So when you take a look at your class v class modifiers, you have some classes you do more damage to and some that you do the least damage to. At the two extremes, that's when you're going to feel a bit of a shift. So the ones that you do less damage to now, like so in the case of Sage against Striker Mystic, my damage is going to go up. And in the case of like Ranger, I think DK is one of them, my damage is going down against them a little bit. I actually did the math on it. And for the ones at the extreme, I'm only losing like less than 1% damage. But against like Striker and Mystic, I'm actually gaining like anywhere between 8 to like 13% more damage, depending on whether it's Awakening or Suck and if it fits into that whole rock, paper, scissors metric. I like it because all of the classes that I'm going to do a little bit less damage to, I have no problem doing damage to them anyways. When I hit them hard. So losing like 1% damage off them isn't a big deal. but gaining like 14% against Striker. Like almost all Magic classes against Strikers are up huge, or against Gauntlets in general. Because we're basically, every Magic class is going to do more damage to Gauntlets. Because almost every Magic class in the game has really low modifiers against Gauntlets, and that's going to be bumped up, right? Revenge arc, yeah. Oh, there we go. The average. See, that's what I said. The average is like 18 or 19, and it was just under 18. That's what I thought. People saying 15. Like, I feel like the people who said 15 were like, oh, the pity's 30, so the average must be half that. No, that's not how that works. They were calculating his average so far? Is he at 15 now? He did 5 and he's like 83. I don't think it would be 15. The people who said like 16 or 16.5, I think 16.5 sounds about where he's at. The person who said 15 was just saying shit. Yeah, that makes sense. The 16.6. That's definitely his average, so he's below average right now. And he had some headroom that even if he gets unlucky with this, he'll be just a little bit above average. He bounced back today. This is huge for Biceptimus. He's not even going to know what to do with himself. His wife is going to be in trouble later. She better watch out! I hope he one-tabs this. Any idea why your character and mine hit stagger when attacking? I don't get hit stagger when attacking. What are you talking about? I don't see that at all. Shit looks smooth like butter to me. Oh, let's scroll. No, I have his stream up, or I had it up. I don't see any difference. What's smoother than butter? Smooth butter. True. Yeah, I see no difference. Alternate spot for Deboier? I don't know. Yeah, you're just seeing things. You need to check your eyes, fella. An alternate spot for Debo ears. Well, there's Olin's, and then there's Olin's, and then there's Olin's. Oh, there's Orzekia if you have the gear. I think they can drop Debo ears. Oh yeah, I guess there's History and Ackman. I forgot that they added those there. I don't know if I'd recommend. I mean, if you need your compass pieces, you could kind of do a 2 birds with 1 stone type deal. I guess there's also Sulfur Mines and Pila, right? That's right. They have all 4 of those spots. But yeah, nothing compares to Olin's. Olin's is just way better. Finally, we're about to start clicking again. 305, 409? I'm not sure. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't keep track of lower spots and stuff. Anybody in chat have some feedback on that? Honglim? Yeah, you're probably good for Honglim. What's your guess for this tap? I'm going with 16 again. Oh my god! Look. Nice! Number 3! He's boosted! I hope he gets the deck weapon today too. I want him to get that today too. Monstrosity, yep. Good amount of crons. That's like, what, 100 clicks on his deck weapon? He actually has enough to hit average on his deck weapon. Oh, he's already done 17 on it, too. That's right, I forgot he already did some attempts on it. Yeah, I hope he does. I hope he gets boosted. This man deserves it. He's been getting railed so long, and this is like the perfect opportunity for RNG to finally... People don't realize that all the bad luck that you have doesn't even come close to how unlucky or how rewarded you can get with your deck weapon. If you get boosted with your deck weapon, it practically resets all the bad luck he's had. I mean, he's already 17 clicks in, though. He's only 60% to hit? What do you mean 60%? Oh, the predictions. That's not a total though, right? That's 1 to 10 and 11 to 20. Oh, he's only 60% hit to get deck and 103 taps? He has like 102 plus his 2 hammers with 104 clicks? 104 clicks at a 0.89%? Do you need big gear for this grind spot? Not really. Hey, you need a reasonable amount of gear, yeah. Really depends on your class a lot because of the AP capping nature of this spot. DP is where shit gets dangerous here. But they did a pretty heavy AP cap on this spot because it's a high DR spot and they didn't want people with high AP to just absolutely start one-tapping everything here. I hope he gets it, though. I want him to get lucky with it, too. He probably still needs his main... Well, of course he needs his main hand. There's no way he's tapping his main hand before his awaken. Yeah, well, I think they're upping the DR, too, right? So it's kind of hard to tell. They're adjusting all the spots for the new AP levels. They currently have AP caps on spot, not just to make it so geared people can't grind there, but to also slow down the classes that have Giga AP, so they don't just end up actually just obliterating spots, right? Which ends up punishing them, but they're remedying that anyways. It'll be interesting though. I suspect, we'll probably grind a bit faster. Especially with the way they're doing multiplier and changes for Awakening Sage, I think that's where the biggest differences are going to manifest themselves. Actually, with the way these changes are characterized and how I know like Awakened Sage scales in PvE, we might actually be one of the best grinders after this, after these changes. They nerfed grass? What did I miss? Oh, grabs, yeah. They're nerfing grabs. So, all grabs in the game, all melee grabs are going to have a 300 millisecond activation time. And ranged grabs are going to have a 400 to 700 millisecond activation time. Probably depending on the range of the grab. So like Corsairs will probably be like the full 700 milliseconds. Where, Sage and Lawn and Hash will be somewhere in between. And then if you fail the grab, every single grab in the game is going to have a 400 millisecond delay. If you fail until you can do another ability. How are you ever going to hit one now? You have to know the ability to grab, right? Instead of just pressing E every time it's off cooldown and having reasonable results, you're going to have to pay attention to the animations. And yeah, some classes are going to be ungrabbable. They might have to address that. But there are other classes in the game that have longer animation abilities that if they do them, they will get punished for doing it, right? It's more a punish downs? Exactly. That's probably a good way to characterize it. You'll punish people for doing bad things at a bad time, where before, yeah, you would just fish. You'd press E every time it was off cooldown. By the way, Striker is Trep's most played class, closely followed by Musa. He also played Velk. I rocked his shit while he was playing Zerker. Lately he's been playing Wukong. Remember, this guy don't play grab classes. Trep's acting like we forgot his history in video. Yeah, Trep. You're a funny fucker, you know that? Suck Musa? Suck Musa hits so hard. So hard. You gotta play like a complete rat, but if you rat really good, that shit is a problem. Hey Trep, you want me to summon you out here? We could PvP right now. Or are you gonna dodge again for the 16,000th time? You PvP'd all night? That's right, you're tired. You're tired of PvPing. That's right. Every morning. You're just so tired of PvPing, you couldn't possibly come out here and PvP, so instead you'll just shit talk. He has a CS tournament in 20 minutes, yeah. Mr. Vsoft, how are you doing? You're funny, Trep. Sounds like my wife. You hear that, Trep? Any comment? Trep's like that chihuahua, you know? You know those videos of the chihuahua barking behind the gate, but as soon as you open the gate, he's just like all passive and shit all of a sudden? That's Trep. You asked that man to come out. Pink's asked him to go on trials. Nuh-uh, he don't want none of that. He only wants to fight on main gear. And then I ask him to fight. He don't want none of that. Trep is your classic BDO player who only ever wants to fight when it's in his favor. That's it. Trep, I was rocking your shit on stream before Awakening Sage got buffed. So I don't blame you for not wanting to come out. If I was rocking your shit before the buffs, I don't blame you if you wanted to come out post-buff. Just saying, I was rocking your shit. Don't deflect. Yeah, I rocked your shit on my warrior too. There was one time you got like, what, 2 clips of me standing there, you're like, Zeph, can I try something on you? And then you fucking record it. Classic Trep. Remember, Trep, you pulled these tricks on every single person in the community. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that you'll sit there and you'll wait till you get a little series of kills, and then you'll just screenshot that and acting like you're walking away with a victory. When everybody knows that for every kill you get, you probably died 10 times. We've all seen it over the years. You can't fool anybody. If you were new to the community, people wouldn't believe you. People would believe you if you were new to the community. But everybody's been seeing you pull this shit for years. You're not fooling anybody. You want a summon trap? I got a compass with your name on it. Pretty good. IRL got a little bit nuts in 2025 year back. Why is my shit constantly scrolling back up? Take a kid to the swimming. Good to see you. Still top tier. Yo, I appreciate you, Vsoft. I'm actually taking the kids to the beach tomorrow. Where's the proof? That's the thing, Tret. I don't need to record it. I don't care enough about it like you do, where when you get those little victories, it's a big deal to you, so you want to record it. For me, kicking your ass is just another Tuesday. It makes no difference to me. What's that M. Bison quote? For you, the day I destroyed your village was the most traumatic day of your life. For me, it was just a Wednesday. Emotional? No, I appreciate you, Tret. Here, I'll find the scene. It was from one of the Street Fighter movies. It's kind of a cold. 1 second, let me find it. Oh, it was a Tuesday. Here we go. This is the scene. This quote perfectly encapsulates mine and Trep's relationship. For me, it was a Tuesday. 3 Twitch chats. Yo, Trep can't count either. Oh, here he goes. He's starting the deck clicks. Right? That's why Trep documents that shit, because when he gets killed, it matters to him. God, give this deck to him, please. I want to see him get fucking boosted. So bad. This actually has me a bit anxious watching him click this. Because you could be so up huge or so down bad with the weapon. Damn, he's rapid firing these. God, I'm actually so anxious for him. I'll be honest, if you guys don't want a spoiler, you might want to mute my stream, because if he hits it, I don't know if I'm going to be able to contain my excitement. He's going to have to repair pretty soon. I wonder if he's going to get baited by the repair again. He almost did. He realized right away, though. It was too soon after it happening with the accessory. Yeah, he's got a lot of clicks. That is all of its crons, yeah. He has a reasonable chance to get it. Somebody did the math, it was something like a 60-something% chance. You've quit on deck weapon? Deck weapon can really fuck you. It is one of those items that... I think it's definitely one of those items that can make or break you. And you know what? That kind of goes to show that it is more like kind of like Debos were back in the day, right? Where it's one of those items that, like, man, it feels good when it goes, and it can feel so bad when it's not. It is a much more exciting item to click. I'm pretty confident if he gets this, he probably won't go for the main hand. I'm sure he'll do the smarter thing and wait for the offhand and use the rest on that. Who's tapping by Septimus? He just finished tapping the last of his deck Karazad accessories, and now he's tapping for deck on his Awakened weapon. He's 31 clicks in now. I think 14 on the day. I think he started at 17. 200k crons. I think you'll get a pretty good amount. If you have 200,000 crons, you'll probably get to Oct. Unless you get fucked. I think that's a reasonable amount for Oct. Man, I wish all this Tuvala crap wasn't in the enhancement window. It's so annoying. $83 more outfits, beer bag calling Chase. Oh, trap. I miss the days when you guys could actually buy items, Trap. Because then you could sell me costumes just to buy the item, and then I could do the clicks for cheaper. Did you fold Trev in half yet? I'm still standing above him. He's actually floating above me. He's a spirit now. He was absolutely destroyed. And now he's sitting there in the afterlife, wondering where he went wrong. About to pass judgment. Ah, shit. Oct to knob is 160, base to knob is 280. I was thinking of like the total average all the way up to Oct. Like for every step along the way too. I'm pretty sure you're showing the average of just that one step, right? This sucks. I don't want to miss Biceptimus clicking, but I kind of want to go make lunch. This man needs to hurry the fuck up. Oh yeah, you have yeah, you'll be good. Yeah, these things for stacks? Yeah. I know, right? Just click, just click, just click. He's actually done a lot of clicks today too, right? Normally he stalls so much more. That's the nice thing is by the time I wake up, usually he's done all his stalling and it's time for him to start clicking. He can't stall anymore. Damn. Why don't you just go spend some time at Ash, man? Like, Ash is... It's not that bad anymore. With how geared we are and all the PvE buffs they've done, like, that shit just dies. It takes time, but it's not like it's sweaty like it used to be. I might have to put Biceptimus on my phone and go make lunch. You'll never hit a mob again? You're making a stand? Hey, shit, you can get pretty geared not hitting mobs these days. I don't think you're necessarily making a stand if you're swiping, though. I think you're actually doing exactly what they want you to do. Who are you making a stand against by swiping instead of grinding? I'm gonna need that one explained to me. Yeah, but guess what? Fun is greater than time.
Guys, I'm shaking, I'm fucking shaking. I never wanted to breed with anyone more than I want to. Oh my god,
here we
with
go,
Savior.
Menzies again.
That perfect, curvy body. Those bountiful breasts. The childbearing hips of a literal goddess. It honestly fucking hurts knowing that I'll never mate with her, pass my genes through her, and have her birth a set of perfect offspring. I'd do fucking anything for the chance to get Savior pregnant. ANYTHING.
I play Wukong, I'm 329, 415. What's more broken, Sage Awakening or Striker Awakening? Sage Awakening for sure.
Shut up, bitch!
Yo, what's up? Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Nice to see you too. I gotta go. Why do you gotta go? I was just playing. Okay, I'm gonna put Biceptimus on my phone. I'm gonna go make some lunch. But I'm hungry, and I can't wait until he's done clicking, because he still has like 60 clicks to go. I'm going to be sitting here for hours if I wait. Oh, I should swap. Let's go! Yeah, I'm back. Yo, Witchson, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Sorry, I just stepped away to go make myself some lunch. I found some leftover burgers in my refrigerator. So I just got a hamburger patty with a fried egg on top. Fucking delicious. And a slice of cheese. Yeah. Mm-mm. Venmo. I feel like I've heard of that before. What is Venmo? Like the delay's smaller all of a sudden. Mm-mm. That was good. Nice and quick, too. I love leftovers so much. Always switching it up. This would be crazy if you got this. My God. Okay, let's go rebuff and get back to the grind. You gotta go outside? what? Thank the. Sajamir. Hey Boromir, are you in chat? How do you feel about the grab changes? No, they're not here already. They're not even on global yet, but they will be on global next week, and then they'll be here a week or two after that. You're quitting next batch? But what are you typing yes for? -1 grab bot. That's right. Right, Big L's? One last grab bot. BDO was healing. My dog inside. Raiden hat, please. Yeah, they have. I would really like the Dark Martial hat, but we do have the Crimson Flame, which is kind of close. I also like the Sleepless Sun hat too. And the hat I want the most is the Ethereal Marine hat. That was my favorite hat. And like every class up until Lawn was able to wear it. And then every class made after Lawn, they stopped making that hat for. Pisses me off. Main hand. The sub-weapon is the worst of the three options. Once we get the Sovereign Weapon added to the game, and this might be exclusive to Sovereign Weapon, but the Garmoth and the Sovereign Weapon main hand is also going to give 50 more accuracy, which is kind of huge. Yeah, it's +3. It changed. You just weren't paying attention to your AP, but it definitely changed. It only changes your main hand AP, though, right? So when you put it on your main hand, this AP goes up. When you put it on this one, then your Awaken AP goes up. It is lopsided, Drifter. They do need to make sure that they're more evened out. Not even terms of class, but a lot of the people who are in the Guardian category are the less played classes too. So the rush classes get kind of hosed there. Well, you don't. I'm fine being the tank buster. The Sage is a difficult class to play. It used to be, not anymore. They kind of dumbed it down. It's a lot of fun though, yeah. Yeah. Well, Divios made a pretty interesting observation that it looks like they did the groupings based on how the classes are designed, not where they actually perform. So classes that have high defensive base stat, defensive passives, and defensive self buffs were put into the Guardian spec. Classes that don't have like high defensive base stats and don't have defensive passives, but maybe have some defensive self buffs, they were put in the Rush spec. And then classes that seem to be like no defensive stats, pure AP passives and stuff, they were put in the Onslaught. Which I don't know if that's the best way to do it. I don't think they should have grouped it as simple as that, right? Because there are some classes that are in Onslaught that should be moved up. DR evasion thing doesn't matter soon. The new armors are going to be a combination of both. In fact, you're going to want to. Everybody's going to want to go DR armors until they get Edon armors. Well, the conversation is still the exact same thing, John, right? Even if you don't have TED armors, why would you want to run evasion? You're not going to be able to PvP anybody with Idana armors with evasion boss armors. So you might as well just be stronger in PvE and get your PvE done quicker. The evasion armors just don't make sense anymore. Yeah, but after the changes, they won't. Once the Idana armors and the Sovereign offhands added to the game and we get the extra 50 accuracy, then even if you have DR boots with evasion gloves, the evasion gloves are going to be doing nothing for you. At least if you have the Idana armors, you have a significantly... Even if you run evasion armors, you're going to have a significantly higher amount of DR, right? Like, evasion Fallen Gods are just dead after this shit happens. So you might as well just go DR until you can get Idana armors. Like, the whole evasion DR conversation is basically over once that shit comes. Why do I hear myself all of a sudden? Oh, fuck. Yo, what is up, Kel? I was like, why do I hear myself for a second? I had you on my other monitor. How you guys doing today? Hope you're all having a wonderful day. All you assholes out here making me look like a narcissist. Watching myself on my other monitor. Nah, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the raids. Thank you very much. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I was, yeah. I had you on one monitor and Biceptimus on the other. I was watching you watch me and even take breaks to type in my chat while you were streaming. That's some streamception right there. You hope they reduce the pities for Fallen God? Yeah, they definitely will. I bet they reduce the pities on all the Fallen Gods by the Calpheon Ball next year. Overnight streams? Yo, what time zone are you, Cal? Were you up all night? God damn it, you're a fucking degenerate. Yo, I cannot sacrifice sleep. I value sleep way too highly. Yeah, they definitely will, John. They're basically going to let everybody who has a pen Fallen God now enjoy the benefit of like the first 6 months of having that shit ahead. And then they're going to make either the, or both, right? They're going to start giving more stones for enhancing your Idana armors. And they're going to reduce the amount of pities and stuff for Fallen God. So if you want to go the obliterating route, you can just try to enhance it yourself for a much more reasonable cost than it currently is. But they know they need to do something. Even if it is just giving the early adopters, the current Fallen God users, a little early adopter bonus. But that early adopter bonus is going to disappear, I suspect, by next year. Hard staying up at 44? I know, right? I like getting up early, too. I don't like sleeping in. Wait, do they still have the mentor-mentee thing going on right now? I thought that shit was over. Yo, anybody want to be my mentee? I will power level you and everything. Any new players want to be my mentee? I'll use some crons. Lacking funds? No. Pen Fallen God is huge. Not as huge as it used to be. You got 6 months? Oh, is it? 6 months? Oh shit, that's lots of time. Okay, I'm not stressed out now. I need to find somebody though. Why do you want to be a mentor? Because if they hit level like 61 and like something like 650 gear score, I get like a total of 7,000 crons. I'll totally do that. I'll help power level. You can make a new account and mentor yourself? Yeah. No, thank you. The opportunity cost of doing that is not worth the actual time to do it. Not to mention, the event wasn't designed with that in mind. I don't abuse events. That's a good way to get in trouble with Perlibus. Almost a year? Oh my god, Boromir.
Almost a year, huh?
Hey, shut up, John. What are you doing? Yo, he's mine. God damn it. Don't listen to him. His code is weak. Mine comes with better RNG. I promise. Hey, who dat? Oh, that's the Boromir. You getting Voltarian tomorrow, hopefully? I'm getting my second Voltarian tomorrow. Hopefully. Depending on how tonight and tomorrow goes, I guess. That's a free 15 bill glue factory. Yeah. That's what Corgi did with his first one. He glued that shit. I currently have my female one. I'm gonna make a male one, and then I'm gonna hold on to both of those. And then if they ever add a T10, I'm ready. But everyone after this one, straight to the glue factory. Getting them real soon. Only 296 more. I'll be right back, chat. Whew, I'm back. I didn't win yet? What the hell? Yeah, double prices are going down. Who's ready for the dad horse? Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't remember when that was supposed to come out. Wait, did his stream go down while I was AFK? I just noticed his... Oh, no, I guess that says 39 minutes. That was while I was making lunch. Yeah, I was on my phone. And his stream, like, went down for a sec. Oh, excuse me, chat. Yeah, Gaifen lower is still the best spot for XP. I don't remember that ever being the case. You always just got boosted at Gaifen. There's this buff. This one has always been limited that you can only... Well, they recently dropped it from 15 to 60, but it used to be by like level 56. Like between level 50 and 56 or something like that. Or maybe it was 50 and 60. But that XP means nothing. Like that little tiny drop buff. Yeah, you're not... Yeah. That's kind of whatever. And that buff can be used at either spot, right? It's not spot dependent. We have no idea, Gauzen. There's too many things changing. They're changing the amount of AP we're getting. They're changing the. I suspect they're removing the AP brackets. They're also changing the way the mobs scale, the different grind spots. There's just too many variables changing to have an accurate guess. It's just all blind at this point. Next week, though, if that shit does hit Global Lab, we'll actually go and test out some grind spots on Global Labs. There we go, back to the weapon click. Oh, this is way bigger than the rework. This is like an insane, an unprecedented. It's going to completely change the way the game feels, for sure. Stoneback Crab appeared. Oh, that's the, Shit, that probably isn't appearing on our show, is it? I'm half tempted to go do that. Somebody was saying they were getting like 1 bill bars off that fucker. Go do it. Oops. I wonder if this counts. No, just keep saying miss. Probably has like 1,000 accuracy against these. Oh, is this not hitting it? There we go. Oh, there we go. He's clicking again. Come on, give him this fucking weapon. Give it to him. This skip's gonna work. Actually can't move. I'm stuck. Can't even try dodging those decks. There we go, now it's starting to die. Oh, let's fucking go! Yeah, let's fucking go! Look how red his face is. Oh, hell yeah. What click was it? 67? 60... What was it? 60 something. By Septimus, you just hit his deck weapon. Big AP gains today. 4 accessories in the weapon. God damn, that man's walking away with 6 AP. Yeah, his wife's gonna be in a lot of trouble tonight. Wait, he's in deep trouble. Wait, I think you got that backwards. Why would he be in trouble? He didn't understand what I meant by that. You need to be transformed? Wasn't I transformed? I got loot. Or did I die? Did my little dude die? I was still hitting it before then. Oh, attempt number 65. What did he say? Yeah. Yeah, admin gold, obviously. Yeah, I appreciate that. Need good music. If you're gonna be sitting here grinding for a bunch of time, you need good music, right? I think he just tried to horse buff me. And either his thing was on cooldown or I framed it. You should not be using macros in BDO. It's a bannable offense if you get caught. It gives you whiplash sometimes? Yeah. I have lots of rock and metal in here, and yeah, sometimes it's like some of the softer rock, and then it goes into some crazy metal. Well, then you should stop playing. If you need the cheat to play, you shouldn't play. Kind of defeats the purpose. Grab the nerf towel? It's in the global ad patch. There's an explanation there of how grabs are going to work afterwards. If you're the type of person that just presses E because you're next to the person and you're not paying any attention to what they're doing, then the nerf is going to hit you tremendously. If you actually know your opponent's animations and you know which ones to grab and which ones to not, then it's not going to affect you as much. Yeah. No more people running at you and just pressing E because they're beside you. If that's your whole strategy for grabbing people is to get next to them and press E, then you're probably going to get punished for it if you're against half-decent players. I may be crazy, but now that I don't know. Never mind. Maybe I'm crazy. You're fucking insane. That's right. Maybe. Wait a minute. Come on, chat. You guys are supposed to be on my side. What the hell? True. I appreciate honesty. Yeah. Could you imagine how annoying Darkseekers would be, though, if you collided with these cacti? Oh my god. I would hate this spot. One thing that annoys me about Pig Cave is that one chain that you get stuck on. That shit's annoying. I can't remember. There's a command for it. I think deck solve. What's the command? There it is. 19 clicks. A little carried. Yeah, I've been watching him all morning. Man's been, man made some moves today. Yeah, the armor to me isn't that big of a deal. The other stuff is a much bigger deal. I feel like Pen Fallen Gods are a trap, but I understand somebody from his perspective wanting to bypass a time gate considering how unlucky he's notoriously been. But in terms of actual effort put into getting that shit, it makes no sense to actually buy a Pen Fallen God in my opinion. But, you know, that glow day one, or I guess if he gets the chest day one, he might have that glow day one. That'd be kind of cool. The funny thing is, only you will see it, because most people will play with effects off, so they'll never see your glow anyways. Yeah, he bought a Pen Fallen God. I've had the opportunity on the multiple Pen Fallen Gods and the Labreska helmet, and I think shoes sold, maybe? Am I not remembering correctly? Maybe. I feel like a pair of shoes have sold, too. Okay, not those ones. Oh, no, I guess it was just the helmet and the chest. But, yeah, I've had the silver to buy both of those if I wanted to, but as soon as they actually showed the cost of enhancing it, I can't justify it. It should force others to see it? I agree. The cost of enhancing, the average cost... Oh, right now, the average cost of enhancing a Pen Fallen God is like 4 trillion silver. So buying it for 1.7 makes a lot of sense because you're bypassing effort, right? But after the changes, and we gotta only extrapolate based off of the 2 data points that they gave us, but I mean, we have other a ton of other items to help us extrapolate that data. And it looks like it's going to be like under 1 trillion silver to enhance a Oct Prion on average. And that's not assuming that you overstack every step of the way too. Although if you overstack, there's more of a stack cost. The guy sold the helmet, bought the Tet, and 5-tapped the pen. 5-tap, oh damn. That's sick. Yeah, people trying to get money. They're trying to get ready for the new games. And I think it could have used that RNG in the next lotto numbers. Yeah, winning the lottery is way, 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 way more rare than tapping a Pen Fallen God. Winning the lottery is like one tapping all 4 of your Pen Fallen Gods. Maybe not quite that rare. Oh, a second Origin? We got 2 full Origins and 2 Limbos today. Oh my god. Well, that's the thing, Nop, is that's not an issue. And the reason why that's not an issue is MMOs are based off of their progression. And they are always going to make progression easier and easier and easier. They will reduce the pities on enhancing your Fallen God long before that 2 years. And they're also going to make it so all of a sudden there'll be a new boss and you'll start getting 2 stones a week and then you'll start getting 4 stones a week. If you think it's going to stay that way for the full 8 years, you have not been paying attention to any MMO in the history of MMOs. And I'm not throwing away thousands of hours of effort for such a small stat difference. I don't remember them talking about difficulty of bosses and more stones, but yeah, like, that is certainly plausible where, you know, Idana Part 2, they add more difficult bosses and you start getting 5 stones a week, right? Nightbender will probably have the stones too? No, definitely not. The Pen Fallen God conversion is literally just it's compensation, right? You do get the luxury and the novelty of having the glow early and being able to link it to people, your Oct armor. And it's good to at least give the people who have Pen Fallen God something out of it, right? Because if they didn't have that time gate component to it, then Pen Fallen God across the board, every single person would have got completely fucked. And that would be terrible to do to your community. So they figured out a way to keep the cost low. And the time thing, like I said, right now you can math it out roughly how long it'll take you, but in reality, if you pay attention to any MMO ever, you know that's not going to be the reality. It's going to get easier and easier, quicker and quicker. And like, I wouldn't mind paying a premium if there was a reasonable amount of stats of an increase. Like if you were getting like a significant chunk more DR and evasion, then I'd be like, okay, cool. Pay a premium, get it early, and get a stat bonus. Perfect. But the fact that all it is just to get it early for like barely any stats, I can't justify it. I can't justify throwing away thousands of hours to do that. Hours of active time. Clicking it is easy. Do your one boss. You're going to be doing the boss anyways every week, right? Do the boss, get your stone, do your click. It's going to take you, you know, after you do the boss, which you would have been doing anyways, the click itself is going to take you all of 30 seconds. Well, you still need your stone. They are combining both, yes. But whether it was evasion or DR, it's scaled the same way per point anyways, per level anyways. So it doesn't actually change. The fact that they're combining the two armors doesn't change the scaling of the armors. Even once it hits Adana, it scales similarly. Yeah. The first day, most people will probably upgrade their gloves because that's going to be a massive evasion or a little bit of a DR increase. Boots. Most people will probably convert their boots day one. That's what I plan on doing. Boots first, then gloves, then chest, then helmet. The boots, chest, and helmet, though, might be either way. I don't know which of those I'll do, but the boots... Sorry, the gloves, chest, and helmet. But the boots, definitely day one. The pen heave meta, yeah, that was funny. Heave, gloves, and helmet. Get that 250 HP bonus back when people only had 4,000 health. So like, that was over a 5% increase in your health pool, right? Yeah. I understand, though, through the lens of Biseptimus and how bad his luck has been. This is the problem with time-gated content, too, is a lot of people look at it poorly. They look at it as, oh, the hyper-prepared people like Zeth can't get it to Oct or Deck right away day one. So that means that they're not going to get ahead of me. But that doesn't change the fact that people are going to get ahead of you. People are still going to get ahead of other people. Just now there's no... You have no recourse for bad luck, right? If you get bad luck and somebody doesn't, it could take you 2 years and you don't even have your first Oct. Let's assume that it doesn't change, right? We're just going to play with that idea for a second. But they could spend 2 years and still end up with nothing because they've been getting hosed the whole time. Whereas somebody else will have that shit in the first 2 months because they just fucking practically one-tapped everything, right? But the problem with the time gate is now you have no recourse to make up for bad luck. At least when something isn't time gated, sure, somebody's going to get unlucky, But if you can still say, you know what, I'm going to put in twice as much effort so I can stay with the pack. Time gates mean that doesn't exist anymore. But luckily, and I think this is why they justify doing it with the Fallen God, is because it's such a small amount of stats that are like, who cares? We got to do something for these Pen Fallen God owners. It's such a small, inconsequential amount of stats. It's not a big deal. Can you link a video? Yeah, you can link a video. Absolutely. I love receipts. Is this with the Heidel Ball? Oh, why's it gotta be by Septim or Blue Squadron? Any chance you can go get it from the YouTube channel? I don't want to hear Blue Squadron yelling over it. Could you get it from the actual Heidel Ball? Yeah, some Woosas have been doing that for a while. Just stacking a bunch of HP and doing their little PA and then one-tap people. Yeah, exactly, not exactly, right? This is just a temporary system because they know that they don't want to completely screw people who have Pen Fallen God. So they get the novelty of just saying they had it early. But it's such an inconsequential amount of stats, and they will make it easier. Sooner than later, too. Love you, kiddo. Have a fun time. I need to change my back door handle. Kids always struggle opening it. I've still yet to have a day where I get 3 of the rare drops here. 3 different ones. We need a limbo or a flame today. Or both. I'll take both. Yeah, when you see a Wusa doing that PA in your group, you get the fuck away from it and you don't hit it. Or everybody has to commit to it and kill it before it can do anything. Just grab, yeah. It's easy when it's a 1v1, right? But when you have a Wusa dive into a ball of people, it can be tough to get your way through the people and have to and notice it. That's where they're kind of the sneakiest. It dives in, everybody's throwing damage, people aren't paying attention to where they throw the damage, all of a sudden it does a little sidestep and a swipe and, 10 people die. 205, okay. Just a for future reference, Devoured. If you pause the video where you want somebody to watch it, so at that 205 mark, right? And if you right click on the video window, you can copy video at current time. So that's a good way to, so instead of having to type the timestamp, you could literally just copy and paste it that way, and then you put them right where you want them. Just make your life a little bit easier in the future. No, I can find it. You gave me the time. I can find my way there. It's just a really useful thing to know. One second. Yeah, I can't find anywhere in that video. I went through the whole Adana thing where it says that the harder bosses will give more stones. I think that's reasonable to assume that as they add more bosses, you can get more stones. Maybe not necessarily more stones per boss, but you know, more bosses per week for a stone. But I don't see that anywhere in there. Yeah, they did. One stone, one boss per week. At one point, they talk about how they're going to revamp grind spots, so the more difficult spots give more money, but there is no specificity with stones. They not in regards to that. They make it very clear, and you even hear Enlay put emphasis on the one stone per week. I think you're correlating two different things into the same thing. Let's see, word for word. Right from where you linked. I'll read it out loud. So please continue to support us. And there are some of you that have been eager to get some cool gears in game, right? So if you collect all 4 pieces of Adana's defense gear, we'll give you an outfit set identical to the gear. You can use it on your main. Or give it to an alt. I got a little sidetracked, so let's get back to the main topic. This time, I'd like to talk more about stats. As you mentioned earlier, damage reduction, like none of this, they're just talking about the stats.
Did you not link the right time? You might not have linked the right time. $2:05:25. Okay, I'll go exactly that time. 2:05. Okay, we're at 22.
Okay. Okay, I think this is where it gets important. As I mentioned earlier, one second, let me mute this. As mentioned earlier, the difficulty of these monster zones are designed with incremental levels. They are divided to provide a clear sense of progress, and this design will continue naturally, not only into part 1, but part 2 as well. Each monster zone and boss will feature new mechanics and a variety of combat. Which, so I understand what you're saying. Because they included boss with that phrase, you're assuming that the boss is going to give more stones. No, once again, they very specifically said later in the video, 1 stone, off rip. You're going to get to kill 1 boss a week, and you're going to get 1 stone. When they're talking about better loot, they're referring to the monster zones there. You're like I said, you're correlating those two things together just because they put that one word in there, and they will. Oh, well, what are we even talking about then? That's what the whole conversation was revolving around, was the stone. I just got 1 guide. God damn it. Yeah, obviously the other loot's gonna get better. We're talking about the stones for enhancing Pen Fallen God. I can't believe I just got 1 guide. Oh my god. Here, I thought I actually missed something. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, obviously the harder spots are going to give more of the other loot. We were having a whole conversation about the stones for enhancing Fallen God armors. Oh, I didn't see that. I wish I did. Yeah, you might have typed that while I was trying to pan through the video trying to find what you were talking about. Do you know what Trep's name is in DC? I feel like I'm getting set up for a stupid joke. DC? What do you mean, DC? Oh, Discord? Oh, I don't know. It's like Trep or something like that. He probably has the name Trep. Oh shit, my other buffs wore off. Oh, he probably doesn't hang out in my Discord. I don't know if I've ever seen him type in there. Post funny cat videos. Was that you that posted that one this morning? Wait, do I even not have Discord open? Oh, I don't. Did my Discord crash or something? Yeah, that's all right, Devoured. I missed you say that. I even went back to your chat history. I was like, did he say that? And the only thing I could conclude is I missed that because I was looking through the first time you linked it, the Blue Squadron one. But if I didn't miss that message, then yeah, there wouldn't have been that confusion. That's you know, that's on me. I'm not upset about it. Don't worry about apologizing. You honestly had me kind of excited for a second, though. My misunderstanding of what you said, with what you originally said, I was like, oh, did they say that? I don't remember them saying that. Yeah, me all excited. By the way, with all that help John gave you, if you need a to be someone's mentee, I'll mentor you. You're not new? I'm just playing. Damn, we got 21 essences today, too. So we're at, like, what, 7 hungers? 2 limbos? Another limbo? 3 limbos in a day? Oh my goodness. What is going on? Yeah, what are Garmoths at? I completely forgot. Oh, they barely gone down. I feel bad for people who sold all theirs thinking it was going to crash. Watch them make it so the limbo stars can be exchanged instead of for Devos for more Idana enhancement stones. Hit 20k at the big odds? Wait, what do you mean 20k? 20k what? Or Zekia? You talking about that grind spot? Fucking Aurelio, that bitch. We're gonna insult him before he gets back. That fucking loser. I wish Orzekia gave better XP. I would prefer to be grinding there. Yeah, it's bad. I don't think it's that they're scared to. I think it's just that they give so little shits about XP that most spots, they just give it the same XP per kill. So it's really about volume, quantity over quality. It's just for some reason, Gyfin exclusively, they set that number higher for some reason. I feel like maybe it was a carryover from old Gyfin, because old Gyfin was a 5-man spot. They actually set the XP higher there for that reason. So when they added Underground Gyfin, they didn't reassign the value. They just said, hey, we'll take the XP per kill from old Gyfin, the old 5-man, and we'll just set it to the new Underground spot. And they just copied and pasted that number. And because you kill so many more mobs per hour at that rate, that's what's made that spot so much better XP. That's my theory. Because like so many other spots in this game, you can go around and just count how many mobs you're killing. until you see your XP bar move. And you'll see that it's like practically the same everywhere in the game. I hope that when they do all these changes to add like this more linear progression to gearing up and moving through grind spots, I hope they take a look at the XP gains too, because I think this is an untapped area now for progression. That they can come back to it now and be like, okay, you know what, we're going to make levels be a little bit more meaningful. And I honestly think there comes a patch where they say, okay, we're going to let people grind up to level 100 again. We're going to rebalance all the XP in the game, make it so people can grind up. So I've been saving my XP scrolls for fucking ever. For the day they do that. I don't think levels should matter for PvP, though. I think it's a good thing that they don't, for the most part. But I think for PvE, like having an infinitely scaling, what is it called again? Skilled Hunter, right? Just make it like 3 every level, and then make levels more reasonable. I have no idea what you just asked me, Sason. This take of Bice told about gear in Node Wars. This take... I understand that English isn't your first language. I'm trying to figure it out. This take of Bice told. Bice told it what's throwing me off. Oh, Wizard didn't have 63 skills. Everybody had 63 skills. If I'm not mistaken, the Wizard skill scaled up to like level 70. Oh, Biceptimus told about gear Node Wars? Oh, I actually muted him because I just started yapping. And I didn't want to try to, you know, feel like I was talking over him. No, that's my take too. I think most people are sick and tired of all of the different types of Node War caps. I think everybody's like, yeah, just give us Solaire gear in any type of capped Node War. You either have capped or uncapped. And uncapped obviously uses your normal gear, and capped uses Solaire gear. Almost the whole community is unanimous that that would be much better for the game. And it would be so much easier for PA to balance around 2 different rule sets instead of like the frickin' 6 or 7 they have now. Yeah. You don't have to apologize, man. You're trying to do something that I can't even speak a second language. I commend anybody who can do it. And that's how you get better, right? The more you talk. AOS geared RBF, yeah. Trial characters should be RBF gear, or sorry, AOS gear. All the capped Node Wars and stuff should use it. Cap Siege should use it. It would make so much more sense, and it would be so much more easy to understand for new players too, right? A new player comes into the game and you got to start explaining to them, okay, well you get to enjoy capped content. You're new to the game, so you don't get to do uncapped. You'll get wrecked. So you get to do cap content. They're like, cool, what's the caps? It's like, well, if you do this, this is the cap, and if you do that, that's the cap, but if you do that, that's the cap. And if you go in here, you got to open up this extra window to set your gear, but it's actually only used there. And then if you want to go over to this gear place, that's where you use that gear. It's like, holy fucking information fatigue for new players, right? Where if it was just Solaire gear and that's it, it'd be so much easier for new players to understand, and so much easier for them to balance. Well, we already have cap nodes and sieges, and you can get into them super early. But because the caps are different, like, I'm pretty sure all the caps are really easy to get into, but they're just all different. It's super annoying. It's unnecessarily complicated to the point where it's annoying. It doesn't feel like it serves any purpose, aside from being annoying. So I hope they do that. Ooh, low main. Oh my god. Maybe I should get... Oh, maybe I should order noodle bowls tonight. We have a nice little Vietnamese restaurant nearby. Or no, a Thai restaurant nearby. And they make a really mean noodle bowl. Oh my god, I can't fucking talk! Noodle bowl. Yeah, right, Sason? It's just unnecessarily complicated for no purpose at all. Tet tongue grab belt. The thing is, the reason why I wasn't trying to say Tet tongue grab belt. I was trying to say pen tongue grab belt. And that's why I kept tripping up. Because I would go to say Tet tongue grad, and then I would realize that I fucked up and I meant pen, and then I would go back, and then I would say pet tongue grad, and it was just, I started mixing up the two words. And yeah, the progressing through the caps is what makes it feel like completely pointless, right? Initially, when the caps were first added, it kind of made sense because you're like, okay, you got your really low caps that people can do basically in season gear. And then you had the medium caps that you had to get a little bit of gear, but it didn't take that much effort. And then once you spend some time in there, you could eventually start stepping into uncapped. But now it's like, you're immediately at that second cap now. There's like that first cap seems to serve no purpose at all. It's okay, just speak more and you'll get better. Shut up. That's a problem. As you get older, you get worse at it. I keep trying. I can't wait. Tomorrow it's supposed to be 29 degrees Celsius outside, and I'm going to take the family to the beach. Tomorrow's going to be a beach day. You're going to the beach today? Yeah, we got like thunderstorms coming tonight. Is Canadian heat humid trash, or is it actually enjoyable? Depends on the day. Usually here it's pretty enjoyable, but I mean it can get pretty humid at times. Yeah, the fact that you're gonna be able to use the Aegis everywhere, that's a big W. It's so annoying to feel like you need to grind certain spots to burn your Aegis. I've never understood that. How many pets do I need to have? At least 4 pets of stage 4? It depends where you grind. Burke. Sorry if you're still around. I missed your message. No! What's up, Grimkill? He got 4 deck Karazads, he got a deck weapon, and then he bought a pen Fallen God. He went from being like 2 and 60 on Karazad to being 6 and like 80 or 6 and 70, late 70s. He went from being terribly bad luck to below average. And then he got his deck Fallen God on attempt number 65, which is significantly below the average as well. Oh, was it 83? Okay. Yeah, that sounds right, actually. The man deserves it, though. That man's been suffering for years. It's about time an enhancement session went his way. Yeah. Oh, a lot of his enhancement, his early demos, like there's so much. Oh, goddamn. Content glitch? It really was, right? Will I be here for a while? Probably not much longer. No. Honestly, I'm not doing any leeching right now because I'm actually trying to take advantage of this XP event and get as close to 67 as possible before the event's over, because it's going to slow down dramatically once it does. Oh my god, there's a little evil shy here! Bad shy! Bad shy! Oh shit! He bonked me! Get out of here, goofy goobers! You goofy little gooby ass! Gonna be so nice though, after these changes, being able to grind in your PvP setup, like in at least a setup that's more competent for PvP. I cannot wait for that. I am so fucking excited.
I'll be right back. You know, the key to using the voice redeems is to make sure you're using them when I'm already talking. Otherwise, I could have just sat there in silence and you would have got nothing for your dollar. Thinking about shifting from Witch to Megu for PvE.
I'm reading conflicting information on Invasion versus DR. The whole Invasion DR conversation is about to be thrown out the window. Just go DR. With the addition of the Adana armors, you're not going to be competitive in uncapped PvP unless you already have Adana armors and Sovereign offhand and all that stuff. And at that point, you might as well just make sure you're grinding as quickly as possible and as comfortable as possible. So you just go DR armors. Evasion armors might as well be removed from the game. But if you're in evasion armors and you go up against somebody and even just base Adana armors and a base Sovereign with their Garmots and stuff, you're not dodging shit. They're just gonna light your ass up like the 4th of July. Type in !sageguide for a very intricate stage guide made by a sage that goes by the name of Archive. I had to barf out those words. That's what happens when you listen to so many things on your side monitors and you try to talk over them and listen at the same time. What's the goal now? If only there was something on screen that indicated the goal. Nah, the goal is the Sovereign Offhand and Alchemy Stone preparation that I'm doing. I want day one, at least at the very minimal, get Nov. I guess depending on how lucky I get with Nov, I might still go for deck. But I might do what is probably more reasonable until we know exactly what the Alchemy Stone's going to cost. I might wait too and get the stay prepared for the Alchemy Stone. Yeah, if anywhere says that evasion's better for PvE, that has long been gone for shit. How many years now? That is an extremely outdated guide. Because it's been years where DR has been better now. Seneca, yep, that's exactly true. That's exactly the case. And I think that's part of the reason why they're getting rid of evasion and DR and just combining the armors. Because right now, if you're an evasion class and you wear evasion armors, you are severely punished in PvE. Some spots you can't even grind with that setup. And I think that's part of the reason for all this reform that they're doing right now. And the one you will need? Well, we don't know what the Alchemy Stone's going to cost, but I could basically pity every step of the Sovereign weapon. And, I'd be broke. And the likelihood of that is ridiculously rare. But the Alchemy Stone, we don't know details about it. We know it's going to be a 3% success chance, and we know we're going to be able to cron it. We just don't know how many pities and how many crons. Because what they showed was very obviously a placeholder. Pity Sob is about 2 million crons? Yeah, from the ground up. The journal changes? Only thing really is it just makes it easier. Is my gear on Garmoth up to date? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, that's what they said they were doing, right? They're going to take all of every single journal that gives stats, and they're going to just make it part of the Bartali journal. And then the other journals will just give, like, titles and stuff. I'm pretty sure they said exactly that, right? Or am I wrong, chat? Which that's a really nice change. The journals are just so annoying. I didn't mind them because every time they came out, it was like one journal at a time and a little bit of things to do. It didn't feel that bad. But for a new player, that shit must feel overwhelming and exhausting, trying to do them all. What's up, babe? Yeah, that's the millennial wild ginseng. Any good drops? We've had 3 limbos and 2 full origins and 26 essences. Money, that's right. And we got another 0.1%.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Uh, Hey, what's up, Yeti? How you doing? Nice. I'm actually just wrapping up here. After this, we're going to do my limbos. And then I'm probably going to call it a day. If that new system lets me grind it in other spots, I will 100% do it. But otherwise, no, thank you.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Yeah, let's do our limbos. We got 3 limbos. Where Kythar? I'm pretty sure Kythar's banned off Twitch. He occasionally pops into my YouTube stream and talks in there. What do you guys think? 3 limbos? Are we gonna only get 6 rings?
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Nine rings. Ooh, an average of 3 each. Okay. I like it. Optimism. Five? I think you're wrong. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you're wrong right now. Oh shit. Did I grab all the loot? Which one's the... I think green is Highlands, red is Cyclops, and yeah, I think I'm gonna do the red, the troll. Or Cyclops, not troll. Or is red troll? Fuck! Red's the troll, that's right. White's the Cyclops. What made me fall in love with BDO? My progression not being gated behind parties and raids. And having nearly infinite progression to work towards. And the open world of it. Like how the like old video felt like the Wild Wild West. What do you mean? That was the last one I said. Certainly ain't gonna feel Wild Wild West because of the mobs. Obviously, it's the players. Yeah, well. They didn't turn it off. It's still on. Just the other side has to accept it now. I think the system just needed to be amended. I think it definitely needed to be changed. But just making it only like a handshake agreement was kind of obnoxious. So we're at 2 so far. The haters are winning. The haters are winning. No, cooldown wouldn't have done anything. It wouldn't have solved the problems that existed with it, and would have just hurt the way it's when it's used appropriately. That would have been a terrible change for it. What they need to do is go through and implement that guild tag system, and if you want to participate in any uncapped PvP or guild league or whatever, any guild-orientated uncapped PvP, then you need to tag your guild as a PvP guild. And then as soon as you're tagged as a PvP guild, that means you're now open for one-sided decks. This way, it doesn't the deck system doesn't hurt new players. The life skilling guilds can just stay doing their thing. They don't have to worry about, getting bullied by people. But the guilds that basically state that they want a PvP, well, there's your PvP. The problem is, right, and we've all seen this in BDO, is typically guilds and players only want to punch down. They don't want to punch up. Right? And because of that, guilds only want to fight when it's convenient for them. So they'll only accept fights that they can win, and when it's convenient for them. Most of the time, there's obviously some guilds like Family does a pretty good job of just fighting whoever the fuck they want. And obviously, if you're Digi at the top, right, you don't really have the choice. You don't have the option to punch up because there's nobody up. That's how it was for Cho in the past, right? So you can't really blame them for only punching down. That's literally all they can do. There is no option to punch up. I think both Cho and Digi have both proven they're both willing to punch up, right? At least the Cho that are in like Pico and Coco's Kittens and stuff, like they're all willing to fight Digi and Black Rose and keep the decks up, even though we're at the weaker point now. And in the past, Digi and Black Rose would keep their decks up and fight Cho, right? So I think both those guilds have definitely proven that, when you're at the top, it's not like you're not punching up because you don't want to. It's just because there's no one to punch up to. Yeah, it depends on me, right? If it's just a fight for fun, and I obviously have the advantage, then if somebody brings in like a second player or a third player and they're still keeping it like within reason, then I'll stick around and it's fun, right? It creates a more fun situation for everybody. If I'm dominating somebody 1v1, I don't expect them to stay 1v1. So if they bring in a second person. Now, if they start bringing in a second or third person or whatever and they start talking shit, it's like, okay, come on, what are we doing here? Shit, I didn't have my draft. No wonder why there wasn't as many chests. Actually, looks like they all spawned anyways. Yeah, preparing for Krons. Mainly for the Elkstone, to be honest, but the Sovereign Weapon's coming out first. I like it when it keeps them nice and close. It is confirmable that they're chronable, but it isn't confirmed that they're not going to downgrade. But I think it's more reasonable to assume that they won't downgrade. They've been moving away from downgrading on everything. Everything they've added in like the last year and a half has not downgraded with Krons. I think they understand now that the community does not like going backwards in progression. Oh shit, why did I do the green one? I meant to do the white one. Oh well. I feel like this is the worst one to do. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, never mind, I got him. They're gonna skyrocket? I mean, most of them are already max price. They're not really gonna skyrocket. You gotta remember, with it chronable and it being a 3% chance, it doesn't take a lot of mats per click. It also depends on how many crons it's gonna cost too, right? If it's 10,000 crons per click, it's not like people are gonna be able to go crazy with clicks. I would. At 10,000, if it's a reasonable amount of pities, I mean, if it's a 3% chance at 10,000 crons a click, oh, I'm 100% going crazy. You're damn right I am. Really, the cron cost is the biggest thing. If they don't adjust the enhancement chance, which they suggested, which is a 3% chance, and if it's a reasonable amount of crons, yeah, I'm getting my shining. You need 2 Kabuas. Well, so far the losers, the haters are winning. We have one more to do. We've only got 2 per so far. I hate it when the haters win. I hate it when the haters win. I hope I get a duo this run just to stick it to you guys. Video is better when griefing is a thing? Depends, right? That's subjective. I definitely like the idea of the more Wild Wild West feel when griefing, like, not griefing, but just open world PvP, right? I think people need to understand that there's a difference between open world PvP and griefing. Or feeling grief and being griefed, I think. Right? Just because you've been attacked and you lose the fight, that doesn't mean you're being griefed, right? Sure, you may feel grief because you got pushed out of your grind spot, but that doesn't mean you're being griefed. I think people need to grow a bit of a thicker skin. But I also think that part of the reason why a lot of players, especially the PvE players, have such disdain for open world PvP, sorry, is because like there's this massive polarization between your PvE and your PvP setup, where you have these losers who will run around and attack you when you're in your PvE setup, and then they'll leave as soon as you swap, right? Because they don't want to actually fight you when you can fight back. That's why I'm super excited about these upcoming changes, because it seems like a lot of them are directed towards alleviating that issue. Because I think a lot of PvEers out there, right? If someone flags up and attacks them, they're going to instinctively try to fight back, and they may not be very good at it. But at least if they're in an appropriate competitive gear setup, hey, sometimes they might win. Right now, it's a lot harder for them to win because they just end up getting one shot because they're in their PvE setup, right? And they're doing 0 damage to this person. But as soon as they actually have a chance to fight back, even when they're grinding, there might come times where, like, they typically don't like PvP, but all of a sudden they get attacked and then they win. They might be like, wait a minute, that felt good. I actually beat that guy. That guy was being an asshole trying to take my spot, and I kicked his ass. And once you get that taste on your tongue of success, you know, it might light a fire under some of their asses and make them a lot more interested in PvP, right? Well, another wing done. No rings. This next one for sure. Yeah, you decide to fight back, and then all of a sudden you win. And you're like, ooh, goddamn. That's why I think it's funny every time Trep comes in here and he's like, PvEer. It's like, okay, then how come if I'm just a PvEer, how come you dodge my, dodge me calling you out here? The more you shit talk me, the worse it makes you look when I win. Because think about it, right? If what they're saying is true, right? When somebody's shit talking anybody, right? You underestimate how much grieving was going on? Oh, I absolutely do not. I think a lot of people are just baby back bitches, and they think any situation that's not going good for them is grief. You could try to change my mind on that, but I highly doubt you will. And I know most of the I'm doing air quotes here, you can't see it, griefing was because somebody decided to talk some shit. They died and they got all in their feelings. They decided to start talking some shit and making personal attacks. And now this person that they were shit talking is making it their goal to find them when they're grinding. Maybe that person shouldn't have talked so much shit, you know? Kind of like you reap what you sow kind of deal. Because I know my experiences through this game, even when I wasn't a gear lord, and I wasn't always a gear lord, I started this game a bit late. But my experiences in this game, as a streamer too, on top, have been if you treat people with respect when they gank you, they'll treat you with respect. They won't make it their personal goal to keep fucking with you and hunting you down or any of that shit. The thing is people want to be able to talk shit, but they don't want to have any of the repercussions of their shit talk. And now there's a whole new form of griefing. It's get somebody to type something so you can report them and get them timed out for some of the most obnoxious things. A chat ban for some of the most obnoxious things. Like spamming LOL 3 times. I don't know if that screenshot was fake, but I swear to God, if it wasn't, that is obnoxious. Like, what is the purpose of having a block feature in game if you're just gonna do a chat ban on everything, you know? I like how Medoza in here is acting like nobody's told me. I watched the whole thing, goddammit. You want me to prove my point with the whole shit talk thing too? Is take a look at the difference between people like Blonde Bear, Biceptimus, Neptunes, Joe Never Fails. Notice how there's a direct correlation with how much shit talk a person does and how much they get killed on stream. That's not a coincidence. So to think that that doesn't also extend into the normal player base and that's only a streamer thing is just completely ridiculous. Normal players want to talk their shit too, and then they have to reap the consequences of that. Yeah, that and that's an annoying thing, Ariantes. But let's be honest, you should be doing those things on low-level characters. That's the whole purpose of that system. The fact that you weren't doing it on those, you know, they're still losers for doing that, because there's no real purpose to be doing that. But why wouldn't you use the system that they designed to protect you from that? That's kind of, you know, that's partially on you. Think of it this way. You got a sidewalk on the side of the road, but you choose to walk in the road, and then you get upset that you got hit by a car. Like, come on, what are we talking about here? And the haters won. The haters won. 6 rings. I hate you guys. Yes, there is a system. You stay below level 50 on your life skill characters. That's always been a thing. Do you think that there's been another reason for that system? That has largely been a reason for that system. What do you mean there is no system? Oh, goddamn. People have been using below 50 fishers forever. You know how I know that that system was designed exactly for that? You might try to make the argument, well, that's just to protect new players. No, new players aren't going to want to keep themselves below level 50. Yes, new players staying safe below level 50 is good, but the whole reason you have to do a quest to make sure you don't level up is for life skilling characters. So to pretend like that system wasn't designed for that purpose is completely obnoxious. Yeah, people do it. And let's be honest, too. You're now moving the goalpost. You were talking about AFK fishing and horse training and that shit. Oh my god, this man is moving the goalpost. Try harder. Okay, once again, my point is, you had a sidewalk, you chose to walk in the road, you got mad, you got hit by a car. That's a you problem. That's not a them problem. That doesn't mean that the driver wasn't negligent or being a dumbass or an idiot, but the problem is on both sides there. You should have stayed off the fucking road. Like, what are you saying? Do you realize? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to bite my tongue. Be good, Zeph. Be nice. You did it! You are conveniently now not mentioning the other things that you mentioned. Do I need to scroll back up? Let me scroll back up. See, even the order you put them in. You did mention gathering, but you said fishing, horse training, or gathering.
Guess what? Fishing and horse training. Yes, that system is designed specifically for that. And those were the first 2 things you mentioned. Gathering, on the other hand, is an active activity. It's not like you're AFK. And that was your argument. You're trying to say, oh, well, there's people who are griefing people who are AFK. You didn't say AFK, but I don't think it's a coincidence you picked AFK activities. So, yeah, you're moving.
The goalpost. Yes. Yes, there were no shared life skills, and that's why people did life skilling on other characters. That's why they also had life skill swap coupons. People have been fishing on low-level characters forever. People have been horse training on low-level characters long before the family-based life skills. You are moving the goalpost 100%. You chose to walk in the street when there was a sidewalk. You got hit by a car. Now you think every car should be banned off the road. You're a child. Grow some thick skin.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
No. The sidewalk was the level 49 or below character. You chose to level up. What are you saying? You're not even paying attention, are you?
Emotional damage!
You chose to let your character go past level 50. You chose to let your fisher be above level 50. The PvPer didn't. You chose to have your horse trainer above 50. They didn't. You chose to go off the sidewalk. Oh my god. Holy golly, fellas. What are we doing? Easy solution, just don't life skill. Hey, my man, that's what I'm talking about. These life skillers, right? These life skillers chose to walk in the road. They got hit by a car. Now they're mad at the cars. Every car needs to be banned. You are the reason. No, you're the reason. Do you realize how irrational your argument has been this whole time? There is a reason why everybody in chat is pointing fun at you right now. Are you kidding me? All of these losers would love to hate on me. They would fucking love it. But they're actually on my side here.
Shut up, bitch!
Just kidding. You guys aren't losers. You guys are fantastic. I'll tell you what. If you guys are losers, you're my losers. It's a rage bait? Oh, 100%.
Shut up, bitch!
This man can't be real. Actually, no, he's totally real. If you go to Reddit, this is where this man occupies his time. Yeah. Once again, I would like to state for the record, people who kill fishers and horse trainers, even though they had the means to protect themselves and they chose to walk in the road, that doesn't mean you should hit somebody that walks in the road. I want that to be clear. Right? You're driving your car and somebody decides to walk in the road. That isn't licensed to kill. Like, oh, fuck this bitch. Yeah, this is my moment. I get to kill somebody. No, you don't do that. You don't hit somebody walking in the road. But it doesn't change the fact they shouldn't be in the road in the first place. No, I haven't disqualified myself, fella. You're dumb. I can say you're dumb. And all my points can be true at the exact same time. That doesn't disqualify everything I've said. If you think that way, you are an idiot. I'll go more ad hominem if you want. Believe it or not, you can be an idiot and wrong. Those two things can happen at the same time. If you drive in New York City, you will change your mind and you will want to run bitches over. I don't doubt that for a second. But seriously though, right? Like, yes, people who kill fishers and horse trainers and stuff because they decided to get off the sidewalk and level past level 50, yes, they're dumb too. But both parties are dumb. That doesn't mean we need to change the whole system to protect both idiots. This man completely lost the point. It's true. They can still do it today. It didn't change that at all. Once again, and this guy has clearly missed the point. I never said we should go back to the old system. I said we needed a better system. But his head is so far up his own ass, all he hears is his own farts. That sounded so dumb. I said it. I'll stand by it.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
It sounded so dumb. I said it. God damn, I'm a child. I can't believe I just said fart. Fart enjoyer. Hey, you know what? Farts will always be the classic. The only time you won't hear me giggling at a fart is if I'm stuck in a car with someone else and it's not my fart. That's it. And those windows better not be locked, bitch. I better be able to roll that shit down.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could.
I like how many times that man tried to move the goalpost, said something that was blatantly wrong and was immediately proven wrong. Oh my goodness. And then he gets mad at me calling him an idiot and goes, "Oh, you're ad hominem, so therefore you're wrong." Oh, goddamn. I love you guys. The internet is great. Okay, you guys. I appreciate you all. That was a nice little boost to the end of the stream. Little bit of extra content before I go. I'm starting to sound like you. Hell yeah, Bingy. That's why I like you. You may not think that I like you, Bingy, but I actually do. Because I know that even though you and I have our disagreements, we actually agree on a lot more than we disagree. And just because you disagree with somebody on one thing, that doesn't mean you have to dislike them or disagree with them on everything, you know? I know that you and I are more closely aligned than we differ. Okay, we're ending the stream. We're getting the hell out of here. Who could we raid? We could raid Norelio, but he already got a big fat raid from Biseptimus. Why couldn't Biseptimus be streaming still and I could actually get the opportunity to raid him back? What about you, Vert? You're usually starting pretty soon, aren't you? You firing that shit up anytime soon? Is D Jules streaming? Oh, he is too. Yo, yeah, I'll send you guys to Jules. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. D Jules might not be streaming too much longer, but I know he'll find someone to host. He always does too. He's on me like that. But thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And we won't be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm taking the family to the beach. But I will be back Monday. And you guys better stay on the sidewalk once I'm back. Once I'm back, you better stay on the sidewalk or you're in trouble. I'll see you all later.